Chief, man.
Hey, Ghost Man around here. I hear you in there too, man. They're making it rough. There's a lot of people keying up, calling out, so I guess I must have some conditions about everywhere, and I'll make sense of it as I can, but hey, Ghost Man, down around Temple. Hey, you have a good Sunday now, Ma. Good night now.
Hey, 461, nice talking to you too, man. You take care. Have a fine rest of the afternoon.
From 135 Southern Illinois, Jolly Rancher. Hello, howdy doody, right back to you, man. And you have a good rest of your Sunday, too. There's sure a lot of people showing up here in this West Side radio, though. We'll be standing by. Something about one. I'm trying to get it back to whoever I can hear it. We're off and jump out here on these two here. 951, 60 miles east of LA. Come on, checkpoint.
8, Southeast Idaho, 108, 718, Faraway, California.
135 Southern Illinois. It's rough and tough on these old ears, man. I'm looking around 360 degrees, 30 feet off the ground, man, and checking it out. Checkpoint 951. Good night. 134.
Take care and 73, on yours, man. Hey, 718, Faraway, Jackie, standing by.
Back when I was a beer drinker, 1137 was also close enough to that for me. 1137 check.
Well, you figured out on me. Conditions.
No, I shouldn't be embarrassed now, because now I thought everybody's going to hear what I was just saying. You sounding good, too. Got a whole shack full of you, man. 9+ pounds on this. You're breaking my meter in my ears. Hey, at least you blew that old dust out of my speaker now. Checkpoint. Hey, 1137, west side. And I just got down. 358. And then I got up again. Hey, coon dog, I hear you in California, yeah? 358. That means his head must be above the clouds. Checkpoint west side, I'm waving. All right, 327 coon dog. I'm waving right back at you, man. I'm around them Tennessee hills. You said he was up in them Tennessee hills. Your head and neck must be at the top of the clouds. Coming on out this way, man. 60 miles east of LA. You have a good one now. Checkpoint 951. We'll be gone.
said Kentucky. I think you said Kentucky. 358. Come on. California desert.
Actually, to be honest with you, I think it sounds a lot better if it's just turned off. But until it's 40 years old, so... Come up, 665. You guys all have... on the old Black Duck radio.
Can anybody hear? Illinois, 358, 358, cruising along in this California mobile. Hey, 48 Cherokee, you have a good day, you have a good day, bye-bye, bye-bye-bye. 358 in this California desert.
665, 665.
358. Can anybody hear this California desert?
665, Oakland.
In this California desert. Bye-bye.
Side 951, easing on. Where dim conditions go, checkpoint.
665, 665,
You said you was wondering the same thing yourself? Yeah, it's just like sitting over there and everybody was talking, all of a sudden it fell out. I was like, what just happened? Did the CP grab something or something going on? Down around Arkansas 1, Street 39 or something. I missed the third number, middle number question, but I got you though, I think it was, and I'm alright, yeah, I'm a little crazy. I didn't mean nothing by all that, man. You noticed everybody disappeared. I was like, dang, the rapture happened on the CB, bro. Like, yeah, all disappeared. You have a good one, I'm just easing back, listening, enjoying my radio, 951 Southern Cal. Hold on, sandbag. Alright, 169 Arkansas, thank you. I've been listening to you. I've heard you in there a few times, man, and something about you in there, but alright, man, I gotta go. There's a little more traffic coming in, too. Sandbagger come in and said hello, and I just want to get my name called a couple of times, go sit back down in the chair and listen to y'all, man, and get back up and stand by every now and then. So, checkpoint 951 Southern California. Y'all have a real good rest of your Sunday evening time. 61. I hear you out of Louisiana, too, man. Good evening, Sunday evening on you as well. I hope everything's been good. You've had all your DX. I sure have. I've had my little fill of it. I can't get enough, but hey, we'll see you, checkpoint 951. Mr. Kenwood in Indiana. Yeah, I didn't hear you the first time around. There was a lot of booping and bopping, you know, between things. And, well, I got you over there, Mr. Kenwood. Checkpoint 951, 60 miles east of Los Angeles. Bye. Have a good rest of your Sunday. Kenwood, be good. You be good, man. This 696 rolling in through there, man. A lot of people coming at me, so I'm going to try to get you on. Have a good one, checkpoint 951, Mr. Kenwood, and 696. I hear you. Southern Cal waving.
On the old Flight Deck Radio.
I do underneath 302, my friend.
You come in real good. I heard you call out to somebody that didn't call back, and I've been waiting for you to call back again. I just figured I'd holler at you and say hello, man. Happy rest of your Sunday. 919, your SoCal pal, Thomas. 951, March Air Base.
You're doing the job today. I'll tell you, we got us a skip, Raji. Taco Bender 1953, yeah.
Taco Bender 1953, 665 out here in Oakville, Oregon. Wave a hand to you.
It sounds like a one-armed bandit there, man. Real rough down in the sound floor. Hey, one-armed bandit. Check point on the west side with a wave. If you hear me, I'm gone.
Oklahoma Showstopper. Great Horn Island Radio.
There, Mr. Showstopper. Hope you had a good weekend. 665.
Hey, Hey, one-armed bandit, your friend 134 is in there. I said hello. I don't know, man. Hey, 135, I didn't really...
Well, it was quiet a minute ago. When I turned this back on, I figured everybody's watching the game, but no.
Hey, 134, one-armed bandit. 134 is waving at you, one-armed bandit, checkpoint, west side, and all these back. Bye-bye-bye.
All right, brother, thank you for that big wave. Right back to you, brother. Right back to you.
I think I rolled it there, 134 with him, and another fella out at Peanut Patch come in. I mean, there's a lot of bad conditions down here, so just taking it as I can get it, man. Checkpoint on the west side of that gate, 134, I kept that 5 alive.
Got any conditions from my locals? Do I got any conditions from my locals? Checkpoint, 951, 951, 951. Throwing you a wave.
I know I'm not getting in anybody's way, 542 checkpoint with the low wave.
Bye, brother. You take care, showstopper, and you take care of station.
Well, I need somebody to flip a nickel for me. 542 wants to flip a nickel to 951 checkpoint. Anybody? Flip that nickel for 542.
542 is looking for technical support. 542 is looking for technical support.
How about that bandit? How about that South Carolina bandit?
He won't. You're right about that, though, but he's all right.
Got that wave one on, bandit? Yes, I did. I'm tossing one back at you. And that other station, it ain't gonna get quiet. This is as good as it gets. Caught that wave my way. 542 out here, Riverside County, SoCal is trying to get a wave to 951. He's like 20 miles away from me, but, you know, Skip's screwing us up.
To the Great Horned Owl. Okay, I had about...
it's hectic, 919. A couple came in with you, but yeah, it's rough. I just turned it on a little while ago. It was nice and quiet. I heard him out here. All right, if you hear him, I'm waving. You're sounding grand today. Well, as always, but yeah, it sounds great.
See, it's a messy. I'm going to be on the side. Wow. All right, take care, brother. Thanks for that wave.
Well, I'll try and get in there this time, 919. Audio, 777 waving. Audio checker. Beach, Washington, I'm waving. 919. Some cracker box out there, come on. Somebody's saying hello from Texas. Oh, no, he will let you go. Catch you later. Thanks for the wave. I heard somebody there in Texas. Oh, mountain man is waving at you. Can't all catch me later.
Wow. 919. Mother Nature shifted me right next to you, man. That sounded great.
Stopper, but doggone, I want to stop for a minute and say hello. Showstopper. Prayers on my end, buddy. No mountain man's waving. Kentucky, I've got you in my ears. Hello, 42 Kentucky, mountain man's waving. Long Beach, Washington. Smoky Hills making a fine trip to California.
I don't know, but I've been told I may need some more watching audio.
777, appreciate you taking time out and giving me a shout back. 42 Kentucky. Got down to 30. Oh, yeah. Man, Long Beach, 4919. Can you tell now sit down and give a listen.
Thank you, 951. I owe you one.
Galled up, but I do hear 2 or 3 of you out there hauling for mountain, man. I want to let you know I am hearing the voices. I can't put the numbers in the hand.
Also tell me my checkpoint. 951 down here is waving a hand up his way. I appreciate that.
Trying to take a swag with hard hands and let me.
Man, being on this frequency is like driving bumper cars. Man, oh man, you know the bumper cars from the fair? You get in there, you bump into everybody? That's what this is like today. 542, set it, Riverside County. I'm taking a standby. North Star, back in there, but it's rough, buddy. I want to hear every other word with everybody I'm waving. 542 SoCal, taking a standby.
My friend. What do you need?
Big shopping mall where they can buy more radio gear?
Ow. But then it comes back in real good and it drops back off with the conditions there. So listen to you and that's right. It'll clear up a little later on. Swing on my side, though. Be good. Rim shot, checkpoint.
1137, I don't know if he heard that showstopper, but he's saying hello to you. 1137, that showstopper. He's saying hello. I'm just kind of passing it on. 1137, showstopper. He's waving right back. He didn't hear you, but he's waving right back.
to this old mud duck side.
The Red Rider, 29.
I got you in there too, man. It's a lot of people kind of keying up at once and stuff a little bit, though, but enjoy yourself. 951 Southern Cal. I'm going to give a listen. There's a few things going on I want to check out. Hey, 338, yeah. Hey, rim shot. No, if you still there, rim shot. There's Phil out there, 338. He said he wanted me to roll a nickel up your way. Your friend there, man. So I'm trying to roll a nickel rim shot. Oh, for 338 said so.
Gotta keep it off the exhaust system.
Alright, man, 338, he rolled it back to you there, man. It got a little bit rough. There's some heavy hammers coming in, but I kept that nickel alive. I rolled it around for you, man. He got it, so. Hey, rim shot, 338, man. I'll be on the guy over here, west side checkpoint.
West side of Illinois, trying one time, break.
Okay, Pinto Bean. Pinto Bean, the Great Horned Owl's a waving, brother. Sunday wave, brother, Sunday wave. Take care, brother. We're going out to California.
665, up Billigan. We are making no noise on the old Mud Duck Radio.
Good evening, all you boys out there, by God, all of you that came back to Great Horn. I heard you. Great Horned Owl's waving. He's going to be on the side. Let this roll. Let her roll, brothers. Let her roll.
Everyone, right, round playing today.
All right, Robert. Big Horn. Thanks for that wave, Big Horn. Take care.
again. Wrecking ball on the west coast in the paddy wagon with a wave. Sound like a big old train right there at that neck of the woods. 716. 716, Bakersfield. Big and low. I'm in the paddy wagon into the big house. Whoa, later 7. Wrecking ball. Stepping back. For the most, break.
take care. God bless and enjoy the rest of the weekend there. 625 out of San Diego, California, and I'll be 10-7.
Needle bender, I definitely quit. You get back with the program. I can't even imagine this little thing.
Sounds horrible.
For sure.
Hello, Maverick. Strolling. Hello, wild man, one more time. Ease up in there and put a west side wave on you, my friend. Hey, wild man, good Lord, that bad boy sound 10-8 straight break. Hi, my friend. Hey, wow, man, been a spell 2 times in 1 day. Be blessed. Don't fix that computer. It ain't broke. Hey, wow, man, oh, quack, quack. A little bit of dinosaur technology. See ya. Bye.
Wisconsin, blah, blah, San Diego says, let's go. Plane loud and clear over here in San Diego, I tell you what. That actual plane coming up out of the top there, it's fine on the west side. I hear your astro plane over here, blah, blah, blah. I'm getting done. Like I said, your radio's smoking, and I ain't joking. Mr. Rtl-Sdr over there in Louisiana, blah, blah,
This one got real hectic. Oh, broke you. Train wreck, horrifying. Number seven bird shot works for me. That's what I use on them wasp nests. I use number 7 bird shot. Man, oh man, they can't handle that. Did somebody say tits?
sounding good too. I know that 138 sounding good too, coming out the west side. Come on, Blake.
Check the air in the tires on that astroplane.
Came in there and just wiped everything off. You know the way that goes, old Mother Nature decided to pull her skirt down just a tad bit. Mr. William Shot.
You got a ground plane, make sure you check the air in the tires. Horrifying. Mother Nature's been flashing me all day. Horrifying.
Oh, Rimshot, tell my puppy I said hello.
Oh, she hikes that puppy up and then pulls it down within seconds, man. Oh, man. What the hell?
Afternoon there, Barbara.
Hey, what's going on there, Mitch?
Oh, just thought I'd take a cruise around the band, see what's going on.
Oh, come far. Yep, just sticking back up here. Just nice cold sparkling water and listening to my radio.
Ah, there you go. Thanks for that, Rimshot. Thanks for the mental picture. Dr. 133 on the TJ border. No, didn't make the trip.
Back at you, brother. Good to hear you. Waving 4 fingers and a thumb. I'm back quiet.
Is this radio working?
Slapping me today. Spotlight 542 said it. Riverside County, SoCal. Back off the key. Hey, Spotlight, if you can hear me, Mother Nature's just smacking me around. I get like 2 seconds of contact and that's it.
we got you out there, Kentucky. 151, Washington State, waving a hand. Yeah, Roger. It's a little rough and toughing out there. Mother Nature kind of flipping and flopping, no doubt about it. But we hear you out here around Washington State. 151 right around Mount St. Helens, and I'm back quiet.
Checked out on the 001 Mobile base unit Mobile, whatever you've got going on right there. Checkpoint 951 up around this March Air Force Base. Be good now. Hey, 309, I said I'm out here by this old March Force.
Kryptonite in the window.
5-1 standing by, said dog. Put it on you later. 309, checkpoint. Gone. Checkpoint. How about a key up for him? 309. I'll put it on you later. 309, checkpoint. No get back on that 309. Kryptonite and more kryptonite up around the ridge of the Mojave, and I'm back quiet. Saying something to somebody about whatever, man, and I said I'd put it on you later. And he goes, he wanted to hear that one more time. He wasn't sure. He's like, let me hear that again. So I put it on him again, and I said I'd put it on you later. Man, how y'all do it? But man, a state 800 state line, checkpoint 951 out here on this west side. You know what I'll do, boy? I'll put it on you later. Bye. Kryptonite. Hello, 309 with nobody but me. Kryptonite. Hello, 309, and the kryptonite is gone. Well, 2x4's working for you for sure, man. Ain't no two ways, duck walking, chicken bones about it, man. Sorry. I gotta watch out for Superman. Ain't no Superman out there right now. Over the 309, the state line. Kryptonite and no kryptonite up around this Mojave, and I'm back quiet. that? You mean you got your Antron stuck up on a 2x4 or up in the air on a tree or edge of the roof? Tell me a little bit about that 2x4. You got me, my ears tweaked.
Hey, sure right, State Line. Sure right, man. I just came in the radio room, man, and turned everything on. Well, I already had my boat box on standby. I just wasn't talking. I just in and out of the radio room. But I came here and heard 309. I thought I heard him, then I heard you. Catch you later. Hey, State 800. State Line. Oh, catch you later.
There's State Line. Hey, State Line 133 on the TJ border. State Line, sorry about that. I couldn't hear that. Take it easy out there, 133 in San Diego. Out there, State Line, you take it easy out there.
Have a great day out there, Hungry Jack.
Good antenna and some good equipment, man. Getting that boy to, get some time to do it is like pulling teeth on a damn shark or something. Somebody say something, 133, go ahead. Sparky, Southern Cal,
Hey, have a great day out there, State Line. Old fast wash, so 151 wave.
Waves. Pardon the airwaves, no doubt about it. Nothing but you and my receive. State Line, how's it going, buddy? Always good to hear you. Always a pleasure talking to you. Sparky, Southern Cal, on the side.
Hey, tough thing to tell you, Hungry Jack. Hope you had a great weekend. Old Sasquatch waving right back, and you're right, it has been a minute. Take care, Hungry Jack. Hope you had a great day. Old 151 gone. Check, Hungry Jack. Got it all. Take care, brother. Hope you had a great weekend. I'll catch you. Appreciate the shout. Hey, you too. Have a great evening out there, State Line. I did hear you in there, no doubt. Old 151 waving down around San Diego. Jack, that State Line operator's waving a hand at you.
kinds of noise out there. 378 Southern Cal, back to you. You're making all kinds of noise out there. That's all I hear is you right over all the hash and trash. You got it going on for sure. You sound good out here in Southern Cal. I just wanted to wave a hand to you. You take care. Enjoy your week coming up. 73 see you. 378 Southern Cal. We're clear. Mr. 542. Where's that Mr. 542? Hello. Away. Copy? All right, there, stay line. Appreciate the comeback or whatever. As always, you sound good. We got a good straight shot to each other, I guess, because you always come in good and I receive. You take care. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. What's left of it. 378 Southern Cal, we're clear. Up in the lake, where's that? Copy that. Southwest Michigan. You're making a good trip out here to Southern Cal. I thought you were a local. Yeah, copy. I guess we just got some good conditions right now. sound good too, also out here in Southern Cal, for sure. I'm going to let the channel roll. I'm going to sandbag on the side here. 378 Southern Cal, we're clear.
This is no fun. I'm taking my toys and I'm going home. I just got in here. I was messing with my beam, trying to get it to go due east, and I don't know. I wasn't doing. As always, I'm waving my hand. Still out here, Browning? Audio. About that Browning Bob, 378 Riverside County Shrine. Call it that wave, Cracker Jack. Tossing one back at you, 542 SoCal. Standing by. But right now I got the State Line radio station taking over my radio.
I'm going to get out of here then. Tell Marty Boucher to say hello. State Line, tell Marty Boucher that I end up on the corner. Strolling.
And I heard you in there, but it's kind of rough and tough on my ears right now.
Man, I can't get in there and play with all them big boys. I just doing a little bit of strolling, trying to ease up in State Line's radios. I get ready to do some homemade chili. Strolling. State Line. Hey, State Line, made some of that kind of big cornbread I was talking about the other day. I don't want to get down with the whole recipe, but you know, a little bit of chili with some cornbread, and we better sit down and have us a little something, break. State Line. We're going to make them all a little bit hungry. We're going to make them all sit there and go, I wish that quack would hush up. Hey, State Line, I'm going to do a hit and run. I'm going to go get my chilies about ready for me to do my thing. Hey, State Line, be blessed, my friend. I'll be sitting out here doing a little bit of reading the mail. Old quack radio, strolling on through. Hey, state line, here we go. It's all done. It's all ready. Cornbread is ready.
You got it.
It's all ready, man. All I got to do is hush up and start doing it to it. I'll see you. Hey, 64, that's what I just got done doing. Shoot, I haven't beat the cotton picking jalapenos in there too, Break. Hey, Joe Bobby, man. My conditions don't work too much of our love. Tell Bobby Boucher, big blessing, a big old weekend wave. I go back to my cornbread and chili. I'll see ya. I gotta keep on doing what I'm doing. I keep keying up, but 64 eased up in there. He said he made some of that cotton cornbread I said last night, but I hope he enjoyed it. I gotta go. I'll be back. Hey, 640 state line says he gonna stick his thumb out. He wants you to come by and pick him up so he can ease up in my Pondee break. Hey, state line. He didn't answer. I bet you that cotton picker probably got some of that cornbread. He ain't gonna key down. I go.
Tell you what, that 136 you're smoking in San Diego. Too many big radios.
27, it's Mud Duck out here, Riverside.
Nebraska, if he don't get back Let me just clean up your receiver there, 800. Hey, state line, Soul Control, waving one time. I was going to compliment you on that 2x4. You're doing a fine job, big brother. Definitely doing a fine style. I got no issues hearing you. I just came out to the radio room to see what was going on, and once again, I heard my friend, 800 state line, Soul, right there. My friend, I'm just working this little 16 gear that's around my time out here in the sunshine. Hey, 1-800 state line, Soul Control, back reading this mail.
Who's that in the Buckeye? Who was that rascal there in the Buckeye? He jumped into my radio. That rascal there in the Buckeye. Look over this way, old Mountain Man, Long Beach, Washington. I'm waving.
Hey, well, where is it, 25? Is he on the line to be alive right now? Hey, 25, Soul Control, I'm looking.
333, Ryan Judge. 333, Ryan Judge on the score. Trying to get my ass that way.
Oh, well, he's definitely where I need to be. That's no doubt about it. I guess I'll put the audio back in the rack and head his direction.
You see it lying there, Ryan Judge, 333. Break up. On the man, it's a beautiful day to have my roommate.
All right, well, I'm going to grab my hat and scan. I don't want to get run over on this small driver. 800 state line, your Soul Control. I'll see ya.
Yes, see it live. Ryan Judge, Northwest Coil. Break up.
Oh, hello. I sure could use a
No CNC on that state line. Ryan Judge, 333 and a quarter. Read the mail.
How about a DX-Land? DX-Land, 718 Monterey, Cal here.
Yeah, when you see up, I do. When you see up, I do. Ryan Judge, 333. Come on. Had you ever a second, small one? I said I had you in there for now. That sounds good. Small one. It's a good 333. Ryan Judge, I can listen to that.
718 Monterey, Cal here.
Shake, small one, I appreciate that. Hey, small one, I'm around Kansas City guy here. I appreciate that. Go back quiet, man. How about another 10? 333. Monterey, Cal. Say Detroit. I don't know. You coming in here loud and proud, brother.
Nashville, Tennessee. You're sounding good. Boy, you sound good over here in Monterey, Cal. 718 Monterey, Cal.
modulates. 333. The hanging judge in the corner, getting up.
I know the skip's still here. I know
Screaming eagle in there. I screaming eagle. I didn't hear you in there. I screaming eagle. Screaming eagle. I don't know if I can make it back to you, but screaming eagle. Then you screw a lot of noise out there. Breakies are up. You just got that modulation. Just got powers out. Good cleans on the radio. Yeah, sure, you sound good too. I'm not taking nothing away from you. Hanging judge, my little crinkle wind-up radio, getting up. Well, screaming eagle. Hey, screaming eagle, I got it all, buddy. Yeah, I ain't got very much here. I got that little... Hey, screaming eagle, you got it all over the rest where you got the hole. Screaming eagle. With that big wave in his face, right? Beach, Washington. What else could you ask for? 718, Monterey Cal here. Hanging judge in the corner. 333. Hanging judge. That's all you gotta hear. That's rough out there. 454, heard you come in now. Right now. Quiet that way. Evening time. Right there, nobody around. Conditions are just in and out and in and out. Well, we gotta take what we can get. We gotta take what we can get, that's for sure. And, well, at least we got something today. We got something. 718, Monterey County. 333. The hanging judge in the corner, reading the mail. Kansas City, thank you. 454, sound loud and proud up there. Ain't no two ways about it. Oh no, that's not 454. Anyway, I'm tipping my hat. I'm back east, northeast. 333, northwest corner. The hanging judge reading the mail. giving the time there, same line, no doubt. Let's let the other guy know his microphone was squealing a little bit on him. 718 Harley Calendar. Oh, well, have a good evening, old Sasquatch, bad quiet. Just sounding good. 718 Monterey Calendar, be off the key for a few. Now, it's still swimming on the beach, 136. Good luck with it. Oh, 151 gone. Hey, there you go. That cleans it up, 136. Hope you had a great weekend. Oh, 151, waving right back down around San Diego. Hey, Tim Boy, have a good evening. Hope you enjoyed your weekend, 136. And I'll land to Lincoln. I'll catch you. Appreciate the shout out. And I'm glad you got that squared away. Oh, 151 gone. 378 Southern Cal. Just wondering if this thing's getting out. Their state line 378 back to you. About how rough it is out here for crying out loud. Oh my man, Long Beach, Washington, I'm just listening.
Anybody out there got a copy out here on the Roadrunner 636, Roadrunner, Southern Cal? How about it? Anybody have a copy? Roadrunner 636, Roadrunner 636, Southern Cal.
Appreciate that, Bobcat. I got the doggone 800. I got that 800 on the state line there. He's kind of in my receive here, but hey, Bobcat, you jumped over the top of it. If you can still hear me, man, waving at you folks. I appreciate it. Give me a shout.
Bye, bye, bye. Out here in Hollywood, bye, bye, bye.
Hey, you was all by yourself. You're not in Tennessee? Oh, I thought you said something about you were in Pennsylvania or something like that. Good to hear you, man. Hey, 64, you're low budget. Oh, yeah, man, I'm just dealing with my missing gardener, man. I believe he got deported. ICE got a hold of him, but other than that, all's well and swell. Hope everything's good on your end. Oh, yeah, man. Oh, yeah, man. I share the sentiment, no doubt about it, man. If it was any better, man, it'd be a crime. State line, we got it all.
513, man. While he's out there in Illinois rocking the mail. It's good to hear you. It's good to hear you, my brother. You're low budget, 513.
313-718, Monterey, Cal.
Good to hear you, man. I hope everything's good, man. Everything's good over here. It's a little messy, that go around there, 313. Mr. Natural. It's a little messy, but I got the end of it there. Hey, 313, man. 73's around the house, man. Tell the other half we say hello. It's 513, rocking this recycled radio out here in SoCal. Alright, 313, I appreciate it, man. One more time. 513, low budget. I'm back quiet. Bye, bye, bye. Bye, bye, bye. Hey, Mr. Terrific, I got you in there, man. It's been a minute. I hope everything is good. Mr. Terrific, you're low budget, right back. Hey, 10-4, man, right back. Hey, Mr. Terrific, you're low budget. I'm reading the mail. State line, you out there causing trouble, man? Hey, 10-4, if you say so. Yeah, I need a better handle, huh? SoCal, getting up. Hey, Lockdown, you did just that. Hey, low budget, right back. Alright, Lockdown, you sounding good out here 50 miles north of downtown Los Angeles. Hey, Lockdown, you're 513, low budget radio.
I got a whole box of popsicles. Do you like popsicles? I got a whole box of popsicles.
You say you and 25 are going to get together and come up with a good one for me? As long as it ain't nothing like blow up something or pogo stick or nothing
Something like that, man. I should be okay. Yeah, I don't know where he comes up with half the shit he comes out of his mouth. Is he out there right now? Is he out there looking for his daddy right now? Nail driver, you say you need some sweet potatoes from the state line? Need some of them state line sweet potatoes? He got a whole variety of potatoes, man. Yeah, I like me some Bubba Gump, man. Hey, 10-4 nail driver, 800 old nail drivers waving at you, man, saying enjoy the rest of your Sunday there. He said him and 25 are going to come up with a better handle for me, man. They said I need to have a cool handle. Yeah, I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it taking time out of your busy day, man, to, figure out my issue. Hey, 25 said don't take nothing that you give me to the bank. He said don't take don't take no cash from you. Yeah, I can understand a check, man, but he said don't even take no cash from you. Don't take no money. He said don't take no money from him. Yeah, if he's questioning the cash, man, I'm okay on the check.
Well, they should be looking.
10-4, man. That's why I stick to recyclables, man. Low. Hey, I think I heard number 5 Suburban in New Orleans, man. I'm going to say hello to you right back.
think I'm a little hungry. I think I'm a little hungry right now, man. That's what's going on with me. Kind of starting to twitch.
Kentucky, California. We did call you, damn driver. Hey, damn driver.
Do I got what? Frog leg. You know what, man? I've never had frog leg, man. I've never had frog leg. My wife took a trip down to Louisiana one time to New Orleans, and she tried some frog leg. She said I gotta try it. She liked it, but I ain't never tried it, man. I can't say I do or don't. Hey, 64, I ain't tried no alligator either, man. I ain't had the opportunity to try no alligator either. Pretty soon, man. Pretty soon, I'm modifying my shopping cart. And I'm gonna take a trip, and I'm gonna do the states over on the east side, man. And I'm gonna try some of that poor boy food there. Get a little nibble of everything, just pass through. Did I hear Eugene Johnson? He's entering the pogo stick race. Yeah, the next Manchester break, man, I guess they're going to have a pogo stick race. I'll make the trip just to watch that. And popping over there on him, man. He's trying to blow off the cobwebs or something. Hey, Eugene Johnson, I hear you in there. I'm gonna say hello to you, Eugene Johnson. You're low budget. Somebody got to go there and help him, man. 64. Maybe, yeah, 800. Maybe you and old nail driver can go over there. I don't think he can get up out of his chair, man. You got to tune it up for him. I know you're only looking out for me. I gotta step away real quick, man. I think they got a plate for me over there, looks like. I think they got a plate for me. If I don't go get it, the dogs are gonna grab it. I gotta check this out. I'll be back. Seal, California, 716.
That was one of them hot tamales.
Big old shave.
for counter-narcotics operations. Active, freaking out, because that's what the media does. And you have a current president that is protecting American lives. Here's what their headline reads. Quote, we've never seen this before. Trump's drug war looks like a real war. Again, they're saying it in a negative connotation. I'm thrilled by it, and so are most Americans, because it's exactly what they voted for. Now, the media, Axios is a great example of that today. They're wanting you to be terrified that the president is wanting to go after narco-terrorists. Their first line of the article says this, more missiles, fewer arrests. President Trump's war on drugs is officially a war, not a mere law enforcement action. And then they say, why does this matter? Well, the U.S. has entered a new era in which narcotic traffickers are classified as terrorists. And Trump is claiming the right to kill them before they or their drugs reach this country. That's what you need to know, the difference between Republicans and Democrats on this issue. Democrats want to, hand out due process to these terrorists. Republicans are saying, let's kill them and stop their drugs before they kill Americans. I'm loving this article. The president's overall perspective, they write, is that if there's a terrorist threat to the homeland of the United States of America, he trusts the military to take that threat out, whether it's a drug boat off the coast of Venezuela or an al-Qaeda terrorist in the Middle East. That is what a senior Trump administration official said to Axios. On Tuesday, U.S. Navy blew up a suspected drug-loading boat off Venezuela, killing its crew of 11, according to Trump and Pentagon officials. By the way, the video is storing. And I put it up on my social media accounts. If you haven't seen it yet, go check it out on Betty Ferguson Podcast on Instagram. Now, this marks the first time a suspected go-fast drug-loading boat was destroyed by a military missile. That according to officials and drug war experts. worker surge. Well, here's the reality. More than 1.4 million immigrants have disappeared from the labor force from January to the end of July.
Yeah, he's got his. I think he's in the works, you know. And he has no open difficulty there.
Illegal. Immigrants make up almost 40% of the claim of the U.S. workforce. And data shows 45% of workers are in farming, fishing, forestry. They are immigrants, according to the New Research Group.
Take care of that 30 dBs and use it wisely. There's still some Mother Nature out there to be had. I'm out of the way, Nail Driver. I'm 10-7. I'm just going to read the mail for a little bit. I'll see you later, brother. Bye-bye.
Across the border from Mexico, McAllen, Texas. Corn fields are about ready to harvest. A little bit of Rodriguez worries there won't be enough workers available to deal with the fields that are machinery once the fields are cleared.
Hey, Bobcat, I'm going to wave a hand to you too, brother. Hey, Bobcat, I ain't going to look past you, man. Been a little bit I'm tongue-tied here. Well, month of Sundays, Bobcat. Hey, good to hear you in the radio, man. Thanks for the bump down, 495, waving a hand right back. All right, my man. I'm just testing out the station. I wanted to see what it did up here on 28, man. I know I've rolled up here, and I was a little bit hasty when I did it, so I probably got a little more fine tuning to do. But everything seems to be happy. I ain't got nothing beeping at me, so I think we're good to go. Hey, Bobcat, thanks again, man. 73. Hope you have a great week coming up. We'll do it again come later. 73, 495, 30 miles south of Seattle. Bye-bye. Now 410 Bobcat, hey 747. I heard Bobcat was keyed at the same time, but hey 747. I heard you saying hello to me around the Gulf Coast of Texas. I'm waving a big old hand there, yellow jacket 747 495 right back. Appreciate the flowers, man. I got a little higher standing wave up here, maybe I don't know, about a 1.6, and I got to be careful because when I put a I got a little ham. Let me see what I had. I got about 5 bushels right now going on, so that I gotta watch what I'm doing, if you know what I mean. Hey 747. I shouldn't say that out there. Why did I do that? It's like taking my pants off in the middle of it. Anyway, hey 747, you're doing a good job up here, man. I'm just kind of up here to have fun and see what the station will do, and just making sure that I can do it if I want to. And I know there's a lot of good boys up here to talk to, and that's really the reason I rolled up here, because this is where all the big radios hang out. Obviously on the Super Bowl, but up here too, man. There's a whole hell of a lot of radios up here, and I just figured, you know what, I got to do it. So I put a couple marks on the front of the big box, and I said, yep, that's where it's going to be when I want to roll up to 28 and talk to the boys up here on 27.285, 747, 495. Got down. Appreciate every bit of it, brother. And I'll tell you what, if you ever want to eat a real good chicken and you don't want to if you don't want to do a lot of work, look up Swinging Chickens on YouTube by Bruce Mitchell. I ain't getting paid to say that. He ain't my friend. I never met the guy in person, but I'll tell you what, Swinging Chickens on YouTube. You just wrap it in foil, put it in a coffee can with about 10 coals below it, man. You come back about an hour and 40 minutes later, and the thing, just freaking falls apart in your hand. I tell you what, you'll thank me later. See you later, 747, 495. I'm gone. When I first saw this thing on YouTube, I thought, man, I don't know about that. And I've been cooking this is probably my 8th swinging chicken night. You just got to get good foil. You got to use good foil. When you watch the video, you'll know what I'm talking about, man. You got to use good, wide, thick foil. You wrap that bird up 3 times, keep the legs up in the air, put it in the coffee can with the coals underneath of it, man. You forget about it for an hour and 30 minutes, hour 40 minutes, and you come back, and it's like you cooked it in a pressure cooker, and it only took about 13 coals, maybe 10 to 13 charcoals to do it. Hey, baby love, I promise you ain't going to be disappointed. $495, there you go. All right, my man. Hey, baby love, I got just a little bit of that. I got just a little bit. I mean, I heard everything, but when I mean that, I mean I recorded just a little bit.
95, Grace around your place. Baby love, Muddy Banks got down.
Hey, heard every word, baby love. We'll see you around the Muddy Banks. $495. I'm gone. Top side of the Big Bam. Hey, 777, top side of the Big Bam. I heard it the first time. I heard it the second time. I called your name twice, and I'm talking to you. 777, the top side of the Big Bam. $495. Right back. Well, this is a test, man. This is a test. I just came up here not to make a bunch of noise, not to plug a bunch of ears, but I just wanted to make sure that the station would be happy if I ever decided to do so. And, so far I like what I'm seeing. I can tell I got a little fine adjustments to do, and normally I hang out down around 17. I go down to the tracks every once in a while, but I lose too much power if I don't retune and I come up here. But, hey, 777, man, you sounded real good up here around Washington State, 30 miles south of Seattle. $495. Right back. Ain't nobody. Hey, 777. Let me tell you, man. I guarantee most told you ain't nobody but no background singers, nobody but you.
If one kid's got to figure now, let you know it. There's no doubt about it. Hey, Mr. 495, you and the family have a good week. Coming up on 777, top side of the Bam. Copy.
I'll see you later. 777, $495. Click link. Kid, I haven't talked to you for a while, man, but I definitely remember you. Hey, kid, around the Muddy Banks, it's been a long time since I put the spokes and brokes on you, man, but I'm damn glad to hear you in the radio now. Hello to you, kid, around the Muddy Banks, $495, right? Hey, kid, let me tell you, once you try it, man, I'll tell you what, you're going to be just like me. You'll be on your 10th bird before you know it, man. Bruce Mitchell on YouTube, Swinging Chickens. There's probably more than him that do the Swinging Chickens, but Bruce Mitchell on YouTube, Swinging Chickens. He's a gator hunter, man, so he goes out and hunts alligators, and when they go out and hunt alligators, they leave the chicken on the bank hanging from a tree, cooking in a can of charcoal, and when they come back from the gator hunt, the chicken's ready to eat. He lives real close to my big brother Yellow Jacket around Hammond, Louisiana, somewhere down there. He sees him at the grocery store every once in a while. So I'm here to tell you, man, it's a hell of a thing. It works great, and man, I ain't never had anybody try it that didn't like it. We'll see you later, kid. $495. Got down.
This meeting in Alaska to walk away with what you saw. So when you talk about deals,
410, brother. Got it all. Bye-bye.
You would have no idea if you had butterflies in stomach. By the way, the two leaders have met multiple times before. This is not some crazy thing that's happening. And yet, what is the media doing? Everything they can to tear down the president. Now, what is the president's goal here? The president's goal is very simple. To get a deal to save lives. To stop a war. To stop a war that's been going on for years. And to stop the senseless killing of about securing the side. And you're trying to negotiate peace between two nations. And so, yes, Donald Trump is going to shake the hand of Vladimir Putin. Yes, he put his hand on his shoulder as well. Yes, you don't want to go to this meeting hating each other if you want to get a deal done. This is what I would describe as the literally art of the deal. So here we are. The two men are meeting as we speak. Hopefully they're getting something done in a positive way. Hopefully they'll get a deal done that makes sense for everyone involved. And hopefully they'll get to a point where they can go to Zelensky and say, okay, this is what it's looking like.
Thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, how can those Pure Talk people offer you the same basic services as Verizon for so much less money? Too much Verizon advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, your mother said, Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and customers. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the word micro, and you'll join the deal at 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 micro. Pure Talk. Everything you need to help you a second.
Don't forget, you can always catch up with the podcast.
It's always the same thing, right? Oh, I know. Let's try antibiotics and some nasal sprays. But the infections just keep coming back. You might suffer with chronic sinus infections. The good news, relief is possible. Now, that's
3 strikes. The residents there say that crime is a problem. An ABC anchor gets the script and proves how dangerous D.C. actually is. This from
here in downtown D.C. where we work, right here around our bureau.
including murder, has fallen sharply since that 2023 spike. It fell in 2024. It's fallen further in 2025.
metropolitan area. And then he said, quote, we know crime is an issue in D.C. He said, we know that every violent crime is a shame, a tragedy. And he said, of course, I'm not excusing any of them, but I don't want Donald Trump to fight crime because I don't want him to be right that he can actually fix the problem. And that's the media for you. They care more about hurting Trump than saving lives in Washington, D.C. Quick break. Ben Ferguson Show. More coming up.
President Trump has been vowing to Trump News. Today, he told the reporters to be quiet. This is calling the fake news.
We observe that the spam filter algorithms of different email services indeed exhibit biases towards different political affiliations, the researchers said at the time. Targeted Victory said it first informed Google about the issue on June 30th. Hoping to see if you're a liberal. And every Republican email that Republicans want to see is going to spam. And it's all about fundraising. Who do you think's going to raise more money? Email it to us. There are top ways to raise money and political campaigns. Donald Trump knows, and so do many other Republicans. This is what they do. And this is why they wanted to be Congress. The Congress to get their hands about what they've done. And that's exactly what I hope Republicans are going to do on Capitol Hill. Quick break. Ben Ferguson Show, more after this. is clear. They want to help you and your family protect what matters the most with real metal, real service, and real clarity. Here's what sets Kirk Elliott apart, number one. A bullion-only approach. They focus on investment-grade metals. That means more precious metals for your money and fair value when it's time to sell. They also have transparent pricing. Just 8% in the
to the official NFL Podcast Network on the free iHeartRadio app. Shows like NFL Daily with Greg Rosenthal. Youth and talent all at the exact same time. It's almost impossible to do that, and the Lions have it right now. Plus dozens of other official NFL podcasts to put you in your happy place. Football's back, baby. Open your free iHeart app, search NFL, and listen now.
Legendary doesn't happen by chance. It happens because it's what BetMGM does. Sign up for BetMGM and check out all the exciting new ways you can make your
difficult information puzzle. If you work for a company of 1 or 1,000, Odoo works with you every step of the way. Odoo's suite of business applications handles everything from websites to inventory to accounting. And there are no vendor lock-ins, no proprietary data. You own your data. And developers can build custom features on top of Odoo applications. Check out Odoo at odoo.com. That's odoo.com.
Genesis Diamonds celebrates 20 years in Nashville. In 2005, we disrupted the old-school jewelry scene here with our bold concept. And today, Genesis remains the uncontested leader. Hundreds of thousands of smart shoppers have and continue to trust Genesis. And today, we are committed as ever to staying ahead with an even larger selection of GIA-certified diamonds, a growing collection of exclusive designer rings that you can't find anywhere else, expanded warranties and guarantees, and extreme transparency. Our focus is not on making a sale, but making a customer for life. Our non-commissioned experts promise to share with you all of the inside secrets of the business and guide you to a smart decision with total confidence. This long-term vision has made us
who are getting a six-figure salary. The California Republican Party has now called for a forensic audit. Why is the left being quiet? Maybe they're the ones that are running all the nonprofits. The California Republican Party stated, quote, fire victims lost everything, but not a single dollar in the people are angry about. In large donor-funded recovery efforts, just like this one, where so many are concerned about the government's failure, you want to pitch in. And then you find out your dollars are not reaching the people that are actually in need. So the question now is, what is next? Number one, we need a forensic audit. There's growing talk at both legislative and party levels for a full audit of the fire aid fund distribution. There's also demands for the Attorney General review. The AG's office may investigate whether donor intent is violated. Getting rich I want you to take a listen to what Jesse Waters had to say on his show on Fox News Channel. With Steve Hilton about the money and where it's actually going.
Podcasters and NAACP leaders, how they spent the money, and we still haven't heard back. Out of the $75 million distributed, only $1 million went to the LA Fire Department Foundation. $0 went directly to the victims. FireEd says this was all by design. Quote, FireEd does not have the capability to make direct payments to individuals, and that was never the plan. We've partnered directly with trusted local nonprofits. Each dollar was intended for the community. So this is a plan all along. Collect the money. Sound familiar? This is like LA USAID. Elon, I hope you're watching. Steve Hilton's here. Is this how California always operates, Steve?
Yes. I mean, Jesse, this is basically like a parody of California corruption and craziness, except it's all true. I've got a couple more for you. Jesse, one of the organizations that they gave money to is in Sonoma County, which is like nowhere near LA, and another one says that it spends its money on multi-generational power building. We don't need power building in Los Angeles. We need house building. But they're not doing that. They're not doing any of the things that they promised. Gavin Newsom, in January, promised a national plan to rebuild LA. I did a press conference just a few days ago, the 6th-month anniversary of the plan, standing outside a pile of rubble and debris where he couldn't even clear the sidewalk in 6 months. It's a total joke. And the thing is that when they say that they're going to do something, this is why it's so true, and what you said is exactly right. Everything in California is like this. They don't care about the actual results. They just say some grand thing, make themselves feel good, have good intentions, but the results don't matter. You see it with homelessness, where billions of dollars are spent, but in the end the problem just gets worse. You see Newsom bragging about we're the 4th biggest economy in the world. Yeah, we have the highest unemployment in the country, the highest poverty rate in the country. The results are always a disaster with these people.
You look at Steve is running for governor, by the way, in California, and he's absolutely right. In the end, this is a Democrat machine, isn't it? Right? The activists and the politicians and the do-gooders and the nonprofits, they're all in. The celebrities, they're all in the same kind of swamp of good intentions, right? With another disastrous result. And so you see that they all take out one another. I want you to go to KEPN.com/Ben. Visit KEPN.com/Ben or call them 720-605-3900.
Do you get sinus infections, congestion, sinus pressure and pain, sinus headaches? You've gone to the doctor, you visit urgent care over and over again. And it's always the same thing, right? Oh, I know. Let's try antibiotics and nasal sprays. But the infections just keep coming back. You may suffer with chronic sinus infections. The good news, relief is possible. A minimally invasive procedure done in the office at Murfreesboro Sinus Center, called balloon sinuplasty. Imagine the relief of not having to deal with your chronic sinus infections. Do you suffer with chronic sinus infections, pressure, pain, congestion? Set an appointment today with Murfreesboro Sinus Center and find out if balloon sinuplasty is the solution for you. Call 615-649-4590. 615-649-4590. That's 615-649-4590.
Portions of the following program will be recorded.
Number one on your car radio preset and the new and improved iHeartRadio app. 98.3 WFLS HD2 and 1510 WLAC. Nashville, free, never sounded so good.
In the protest from Daria Albinger, Fox News, the demonstrators showed up again today in Chicago, angry over President Trump's decision to send National Guard troops in to crack down on crime and illegal immigration. Fox News President
from the movie Apocalypse Now said Chicago about to find out why it's called the Department of War.
Chicago officials say, Mr. President, those troops are not wanted, nor are they needed. Presidents may soon impose the second stage of sanctions for Russia. Now that Moscow launched its largest air attack on Ukraine since their war began, Ukrainian officials say at least 4 people are dead. Take care of those
Tickets still available at AXS.com.
Get yours while you still can.
Capital One is the proud presenting partner of iHeartRadio Music Festival, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers. What's in your wallet?
In this edition of the Marketer's Report, Corey Marchesotto, Chief Marketing Officer of Elf Beauty, founding partner of iHeartRadio Sports, talks about finding the right partner for your brand.
Every antenna sends out a frequency. We call it the ELF signal. So we send out the ELF signal, and what comes back is people who want to be a part of this story. Once you know firmly who you are, you've codified it, and you can put that out into the universe, what happens from there is it begins to attract kindred spirits. Why are we partnered with Billie Jean King? Because she champions equality. Why are we partnering with iHeart? Because we want to advance women in sports.
Women in sports just got louder thanks to ELF and iHeartMedia. As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia can get more people to hear your message than anyone else. You can also get a better response rate for all your messages.
People. April Velasquez, 3 years old, and father.
virus. The double homicide in one rural community has puzzled investigators for nearly 30 years. And as I was reading the case, it all rang true. And I remember everything.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. Number one for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. The thing I love about the app is that it's so easy.
Lighting, energy management, audio, video, outdoor, wellness, security systems, and a lot of the stuff that we saw at the show is very lighting, tied to circadian rhythms, and that sounds silly, but the lighting in your home we talked about on the show a couple months ago, but when I had a leak with my washer when I was out of town. And not only the leak, but it's also going to tell you, and then you also have it for your water pipes, too. About 300 of the about 15 to 20,000 attendees. But curious for us, not too idea of this show is you have a program in your home and make it all work together in harmony. And I think for most of us, it feels like that's probably unattainable because it's very expensive to do that. But believe me, there are a lot of people out there that are doing this, and they build these multi-million-dollar homes, and then they spend another $150,000, $300,000 or more on getting this technology built in. Now, I will tell you my problem with all this stuff in the past. I personally thought it was really interesting that you would get all this technology, this lighting, these speakers, and then you have to control it with like this really old school controller, right? Like when the phone came along, the phone was just such a better way of doing these controls and the voice. And so I always felt like it was funny that you have all these people spend so much money on this high-end home technology, and then they have to use this like silly controller for $380 to But nowadays, I mean, that's getting an upgrade too. All right, so what are some of the things I saw? PCL is down there. So basically, anything built into your TV. Movies from the 80s. speakers wherever you want. So you plug them into the wall, and basically they're wireless to the TV, but the TV listens for the speakers, so it sets up kind of like the perfect wireless setup with these speakers. So that's amazing. That's going to save people a lot of headaches with running speaker wire. They're called Flex Connect, by the way. 4 speakers plus a sub is about $1,200. Let's see, what else? Oh, outdoor TVs. So I spent a long time talking to this representative from a company called Neptune TVs. They make these outdoor TVs. And he told me what to look for when you buy an outdoor TV. Sustained brightness, right? You want a TV that can stay bright. You want something that can sustain that brightness. Commercial grade panels, they last longer outside. Minimum of IP64 to keep out dust, bugs, and moisture. And then if there's protective glass, it should be optically bonded and ventilated. That way you don't get condensation behind the screen. So ballpark prices, a 55-inch TV runs you about $1,100 to $1,200. 75-inch full sun, $4,200 next year. That's expensive. Lighting, again, we talked about that. What's happening on that camera screen or on that camera, frame, and then the cloud is kind of separate. We've seen this now with Simply Safe. Ring has a feature like that, and then it started with this company called Deep. Wi-Fi signal. They have this new thing called the Rtl-Sdr. This is a cellular backup module. So if your network at your house is always going in or out, this is going to save you and make sure that you're never without internet ever. A wireless signal from AT&T, Verizon, and T-Mobile. And then if your internet ever goes out, this just plays into action and just goes into that. So $99 months of backup data. So I guess it just really depends on how often your network goes out, whether you have cable or fiber. If it goes out a lot, you might want to get that $200 a month a year, or $200 a year. If it goes out a little bit, maybe just the $99 a year. That's I spent way too much time at this. If you look something up, just look up Vestaboard. It's a mechanical flip tile message board that kind of looks like those old message boards you would see at the airport. Several $1,000s. Now they have a new, smaller version, which is called the Note, and that's going to start about $1,600. Gadget that made me smile, the laundry jet. I did post this on my Instagram, @RichOnTech. This is sort of like a central vacuum back in the day, but for dirty clothes. So these little ports are in your room. You open them up, and it sucks the dirty laundry right into your laundry room. I mean, who needs this? Come on. Are we really that lazy that you can't put your laundry in a laundry basket and bring it to the laundry room? But that's really silly. And then if you want something that's actually going to save you money, this company, they make toilets with Pivot. This is a smart awning. So you install it on your window outside above it. It's solar powered. And basically, when it gets really hot and the sun comes out, the thing automatically extends your awning. And it's all automatic. So it's doing everything by itself. About $1,000 to $2,000. So long story short, fun time at CDF, lots of cool stuff to see. I'll tell you
All mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 98.3 and 1510 WLAC.
If you're stuck in a timeshare you no longer want, call the experts at Lone Star Transfer. They will help you with a guaranteed solution to exit your timeshare. For the past 15 years, Lone Star Transfer, a family-owned company, has helped over 30,000 owners break free. With an A+ rating at the BBB and thousands of 5-star reviews, Lone Star Transfer is the only company you can trust to get really best.
Thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal's not. I said, no. Go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. If you're not going to spend that kind of money on commercials, trust me, I would win. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
You're still growing, learning, improving. You still got it. The immune system weakens with age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, influenza. Ask your doctor or pharmacist what drugs you need.
T-Mobile and even Las Vegas. Streaming live only on Hulu.
Limited tickets still available at
an expert at what you do, the products you sell. What to do, where to start. So this could be more than just a radio station you love. You can be a one-stop solution for your radio and podcast ads, to social media and digital. If you're ready to start and don't know where to start. Call 615-376-5325. Bank over 30 years experience.
Are you ready for the soundtrack of your life? It's your music-loving friend Rick Beasley here on the screen.
When I'm driving or at work, it's just easy to put on and catch up on audio. I love that.
Talk Radio 98.3 on 15.
With that city. I wrote about this in my newsletter that I love public transit. Public transit to my hotel. And sure enough, they built this giant airport in the middle of the neighborhood. It's easy for you. We're going to put a train directly from the airport right to downtown. And by the way, it's only going to cost you $10. Now, if you traveled that far, it's a 45-minute train ride. If you travel down any other city, you're talking, 50, 60 if you're in, Los Angeles or New York, $100 Uber ride, right? This is $10. Accommodate the luggage and all that. They know everyone's going right to the airport, which, by the way, is incredible. Airport, beautiful, brand new. Let's see. Where's the Denver airport today? Okay, well, it's all right. It has this fun vibe, like it's just kind of this outdoor place. I don't know, I've been there for 2 days, but I really, really enjoyed it. Things are beautiful. I had one of the best days of my life. It's dark and great. And I'm a local here. They cannot get them right. And this one was perfect. And I'm talking perfect. Anyway, you're going to check it out. There's also one in Houston, apparently, and they're building one in Charlotte. Okay, so I want to talk about this because it's really important. Amazon. There's a lot of talk going around about how Amazon is what they call their invitee program, okay? So if you're a Prime member, in the past, you were able to invite I had two family members back on the East Coast that just basically had free Amazon Prime. Prime membership. It's not like they found people that were doing this illegally or under the table or whatever. They are just ending something that legitimately you could do in the past. And now they're just saying, no, you can't do this anymore. So, invitees you'll have to sign up for your own Prime. They are giving you a discount. It is $15 for the first year. And then after that, for your own Prime. So they do have what's called Amazon Family, which is you can share with one other adult in your house. So, you know, if your mom lives with you, you can share with her. It's mostly like a spouse or a partner or whatever. And then you can children, yes, like 4 children have their own Prime account. But teenagers, they really want them to have their own. So it's kind of like the way I see this. Streaming services started to crack down on password sharing, and now Amazon's doing the same. Why? Which means more money for Amazon. So you know if you're one of those people. Rick writes in, what is the name of the service that will help keep track of your subscriptions and ask you if you want to request cancellation? I've got so many out there I've lost track. Rick, it is called Rocket Money. You link up all of your accounts, your credit card, your bank accounts, and then it finds your subscriptions, your recurring subscriptions, and then you can decide if you want to keep them or cancel them. It will also help you do that as well. Again, it's called Rocket Money. It is really on but it does help you keep everything in one place with your finances. The difference is Rocket Money is free. The new one I found is not. It's called Monarch Money. But I will tell you, I am completely obsessed. If you want to track all of your bank accounts, do all your budgeting, see your net worth, Monarch Money is absolutely incredible. I'll put a link to it on the website. All right, 888-WIC-101.
Radio 98.3, 1510 WLAC.
Urging Palestinian militants from Gaza. Trump posted on Truth Social that the Israelis have accepted time for Hamas to accept Israel. The president says he's ready to move to the second phase of sanctions on Russia. Trump made the comment on White House lawn earlier today. Trump says Russia launched a massive air attack on Ukraine overnight. Zelensky said in a post on X that such killings now, when real diplomacy could have already begun long ago, are a deliberate crime and a prolongation of the war. Kerry argues that his troops are 34-32 from East Rutherford.
For early Monday morning. On the way to a beautiful 80 degrees with plenty of sunshine for the afternoon. Okay, go away. Sometimes when we're talking, I hear a little...
Visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
This is Jacob Goldstein from What's Your Problem. When you buy a business software from lots of vendors, the costs add up and it gets complicated and confusing. Odoo solves It's a single company that sells Odoo is all connected on a single platform in a simple and affordable way. You can save money without missing out on the features you need. Check out
The thing is that I didn't actually use yet. Every time I open it,
bad worry effect. One, some cortical got out of the appendix and into the real world. Good to be true.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
TPM 2.0, and that basically means that your computer is much more secure and so here's what it says. This PC supports secure boot, TPM 2.0. Those are the things that it's looking for on your computer
go to check for updates, there should be a screen there. I don't have it on my computer, but in your Windows Update screen, it should say that you can extend updates for 1 more year. And you can go through and you can sign up. And the way they do that, they give you 3 options. You can either pay $30 for the additional year, and that'll give you through October of 2026. You can redeem, it's a certain amount of Bing rewards points, and you may have those if you just because I think a lot of people are in your same shoes right now. So, does that help?
Yeah, that helps a lot. Thank you so much. That gives me some recourse here, at least to search it.
And if you still want, if you still want to use this computer, you can also transform it into a Chrome OS Flex computer as well. So I'll put that link as well. Lots of options. I mean, there's so many things you can do. I know everyone's in this kind of like turning point with Windows where Windows 10. Wow, we're already in September. So October 14th, 2025, Windows will no longer provide free software updates. So here's the thing. Windows 10 will continue to work after that date. The problem is you have in my TV segment because so many people are emailing me right now about this changeover, and I really need to give all the options. It'll be there in the next couple of minutes or so. Thanks for the call, Tim. Really appreciate it. Let's see. What do we have? A couple minutes here? All right. Let's go to Drew in Orange County. This looks like a pretty simple one. Drew, what's up?
Hey, Rich. How you doing? Glad you had a good time in Denver. Hope you were in the street, Rich.
Like a, wilderness lodge. So it was pretty cool. But I spent like 3 hours sitting there writing my newsletter. So it was great. The view and the snacks were great. So, what can I help you through?
Yeah, my question is, I'm no longer in the day-to-day business environment, so I really don't need a computer. I don't want to buy a new one, but I'm thinking about getting a tablet that I can just use. I'm not doing any Access databases or big Excel spreadsheets anymore in my life, thank God. So I'm looking at the Samsung Galaxy P9 Plus and the Galaxy S10 FE. Just like to get your thoughts on the two of those.
The FE is the one I'd recommend. That's the one that I've used, and it's basically the but it's, you know what, this one, I wouldn't recommend this one because it's probably going to be too underpowered for you. Like, you're going to get frustrated with this. So I would just spend a little bit extra and go with that SE model. It's going to be a little bit more expensive, but I think if you're using this as a came out from Samsung. That might stand a little bit. But now they just dropped that matter case. Didn't stand for anything.
Dial pound P50 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound P50, Mike Rowe. Pure talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One, is coming back to Las Vegas September 19th and 20th. Streaming live only on Hulu. Tickets are on sale now at AXS.com. Get your tickets today at AXS.com.
Are you always tired from music music? Working out and doing sleeping problems? Music and metabolism and sluggish thyroid can be the culprit. Tune in for natural health care with Dr. Brian.
business and not thinking about podcasting, think again. More Americans listen to podcasts than anyone else. Number one podcast says iHeart is twice as large as the next three combined. So whatever your customers are into. Consumers who hear your message, time for responses, people voted yes. Now let's get those results drumming for you. This podcast working for you.
Two words come to mind for me. One is responsibility, and the other is purpose.
It's just so inspiring to do research that impacts human lives.
Stand Up to Cancer has been a critical part. Let's see here. Let's go to Gary in Laguna Niguel. Gary, you're on with Rich.
Yes, Rich. I can tell you, I got back from Arizona on Sunday. I was over there for a week and a half, and I was absolutely depressed on where the areas that Verizon used to cover, they don't cover anymore. And I would like to know about these satellite phones. Maybe you can tell me about what's going on with what T-Mobile and Verizon.
Well, okay, so it's not a satellite phone per se, but it's satellite backup. So let me explain. So the carriers, they all have a level of satellite connectivity, okay? Whether it's AT&T, whether it's Verizon, whether it's T-Mobile. Now, here's what makes this a little complicated, okay? You got to start at the top level, which is your phone. If you have a Pixel 9 or a Pixel 10, or you have an iPhone 14 and up, you have satellite connectivity built into your phone without your carrier even coming into the picture. So let's just say you had a Pixel 9, you're in the middle of nowhere, like you said, in Arizona, and there's no signal from your cell carrier. Your Pixel would still allow you to send and receive a message. And it's an emergency message on the Pixel at this point, I believe. But on the iPhone, you'd be able to send an iMessage. You'd just be able to send your message as you usually would. So that's at the top level, where the phone itself is offering you that added layer of satellite connectivity.
Then you have the carriers. So this is much more dependent on your plan. So let's say you have Verizon, and you have to have a certain phone, by the way, so it supports it. But let's say you're on Verizon, you've got a Samsung phone. If you go into your settings, it will tell you that you have satellite from your carrier as well. And so you can look into your settings. If you go into your settings on your Android, network and internet, and then go into your SIM, and I believe if you tap your SIM, services or send your location to someone that can then send help. But again, check your carrier, check your phone, check to see if you have satellite availability. 888-RICK-101, 888-742-4101. Coming up, I'll tell you how Gemini can restore old photos and even remove fences. Right here on
Talk Radio 98.3 and 1510 WLAC. I'm still going for it, even with higher focus from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced focus better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. Compared to concentrating 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis. Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or any kind of osteoarthritis concern. While taking the Missouri more input or bleed on, a spinal injection increases risk of stroke, which may cause death. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
I spent years living in fear of cancer monthly prescriptions. I was afraid of going back to
the growth rate of calcium oxalate crystals by 99%. Get Kidney Top today at Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyTop.com. Hey, listen to this.
Suspected immigration enforcement activity. President Trump defending his crackdown on Chicago crime. We're going to clean up our city. We're going to clean up the
iHeartRadio brings you News to View, streaming edition.
Looking for something to watch? Listen up. Next week on Netflix, Monday, the series premiere of the TV show. season premiere of Only Murders in the Building. Next Wednesday on Hulu and Disney Plus. Series Hell of a Boss. Next Friday on Amazon Prime Video, the stand-up special debut of Larry the Cable Guy. Series premiere of the movie Warfare.
Therefore, a slight risk of excessive rainfall over parts of the Northeast will develop through Sunday morning. Along the front, showers and thunderstorms will develop over parts of the Mid-Atlantic. Rain and thunderstorms over parts of the southern plains on Sunday into Monday. And due to an area of cold high pressure moving over parts of the upper Midwest, it will produce cold temperatures over that region. Frost advisories and freeze warnings have been issued. or if you should book with dollars. Which one's a better value for your money? So we'll have to state it later in the show. This is just, every so often, there comes a feature that is just so cool that without a know-how, but it just helps you get understand what it is. But that's basically Google's version of ChatGPT. Gemini. It's called Bard, it's called Gemini. And you can access it. You can think that you've only accessed through this allowed in the liberal system. That's not right. You can download the Gemini app right now for your iPhone. Make sure you get the right one. There's a cryptocurrency app. This is, make sure you're getting the Google Gemini AI app and make it. You can do a whole bunch of things. You can search, you can ask it questions, all the stuff you can do on ChatGPT. But where Google has totally pulled ahead
No, it doesn't. Nano banana. Doesn't lie. Anyway, when they came out with this upgrade, people went nuts because not only can it reimagine your photos in any way you want to do, but it can maintain the look of your the most you're out here hanging out with you, talking technology. Well, sure, okay, you got a little bit of me and Bobo chatting.
I don't even know what a podcast.
Do you really have to edit the podcast? You don't have to do too much, do you? Like, most of it's pretty quick, right?
Just take commercials out.
Sure. Don't cut people off. No, they get a tight switch.
Stop the commercial.
Otherwise, you have commercials on commercials.
Pretty much what you're doing.
Here's the thing. Oscar and Winchester will be on the break.
Click on a window to reopen it, and it opens with all the tabs.
Yeah.
And also to be able to access them individually, because with all those that I have open, I want to clean up the installation that I have with all those open windows, because it's slowing down my system. So I want to put them all as bookmarks. The main question is, number one, what do you track that across 50 windows with 10 tabs each? Just various topics and things? No, I do marketing, and I don't those windows when I open apps and that sort of stuff.
You're keeping track of a lot of stuff.
Right. Okay. So it's almost like my storage. Yeah. Because so I can go back to it, quickly.
Sure. Okay, so bottom line, you want to be able to open up multiple tabs at once, quickly and easily, and have those remembered as well.
I want to be able to save them.
Okay, well that I'm not sure is possible to do. I don't know of a way to easily do that, but I can tell you what I do, that in two methods that might work for you. Number one, the easiest thing, now you said you didn't want to keep these in the Chrome folders, or what? You didn't want to keep these in the Chrome folders?
No. I don't care which folder it goes into, just so that I can reopen them as I need them.
Okay. So I think there's two things you can do here that make this pretty easy. So Chrome has, number one, you can use a folder in your bookmarks. So I've got a folder with 75 bookmarks inside, and I have it on my bookmark bar. And basically, when I right-click it, it says open up all 75 bookmarks, and it gives you the option to open a new window. So that's number one. I think that's probably the easiest way to do it. You save these.
One thing about that, it does not have them all as one folder. The tabs are not all as one window.
Well, it does on mine. I just did it. If you
and you close the...
Yeah.
And you have the window closed with all the tabs in it?
Yep. Just did it. So, now, the tabs are not going to be... Now, if you're trying to save the state of the tab, like let's say you have something in there and you're trying to save that window and reopen it, that's not going to work. That's not going to work. in one place. The other way you can do it is they have this feature on Chrome called tab groups. So if you create, go to the left-hand side, it looks like 4 little squares, have tab groups, create new tab group, and now you can put in all these tabs. You can put all the bookmarks in this, and we'll call it as tabs. And then you say new tab group.
look at a home. So it's lighting, it's energy control, it's your home audio and video, then outside, it's wellness. So it's really creating that connected ecosystem within your home. Yeah, we've got over 300 exhibitors, leading brands throughout so these are going to include builders, designers, and then residential home integrators.
First I asked, all the stuff on display at CEA is different than the off-the-shelf things you might see at a place like Best Buy or Amazon.
Well, actually, a lot of what you see here can be purchased at a Best Buy or through retail, but off the virtual channel, you're going to see touch panel controls, you're going to see window automation, you're going to see certain lighting solutions that are only available through the frame. So it's really what's coming up in terms of the next great technology.
Yes, that's true. That was an idea from Amazon recently building a development earlier in the year.
It's really evolved with digital natives coming up through these designs and having that accessibility and the opportunity to invest in their home. People want that experience to follow them from their car to their house to their backyard to their office. And so as the technologies become more readily available, over time prices will come down. So it's just far more accessible. I think Amazon is really it's going into your backyard, it's going into your office. So there's flexibility in separation working on it, and everything is very sensitive. And it's a new medium. You don't need to see the picture. You don't need to
all the needs of all. All right, there you have it. Brian Pagel, Executive Vice President of Emerald. They put on CDL 2025. If you want to see some of my coverage from this year's show, go to the website richontech.tv. Check out the newsletter this week. All my favorite things that I saw there are listed. All right, 888-RICH-101, 888-742-4101.
Talk Radio 98.3 and 1510 WLAC. So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be expensive. I'll tell you, when I told my mom, it's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion. There's a science to it. Transfer is the only company you can trust to deliver real results. For a free consultation, call 844-284-4739 or visit LoneStarTransfer.com.
These statements are not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
I spent years living in fear of calcium oxalate crystal stones, always afraid of when the next one would hit. Now, I just take Kidney Top.
Battling calcium oxalate stones, it's time to try Kidney Top, a doctor-recommended kidney supplement that has been shown in laboratory tests to reduce the growth rate of calcium oxalate crystals by 99%. Get Kidney Top today at Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyTop.com.
America's #1 app for radio is iHeart. Live radio, trusted DJs, breaking news, live play-by-play, plus the station you're listening to right now, anytime, anywhere. Join the millions who already have it. Open the free iHeart Radio app today. The #1 app for radio.
Our iHeart Radio Music Festival, and on Capital One, is coming back to Las Vegas, September 19th and 20th. Streaming live only on Hulu. Tickets are on sale now at AXS.com. Get your tickets today. AXS.com.
And this news partner support, Corey Marchesotto, CMO of LG, partner of iHeart Women's Sports, talks about partnership.
I see them as a team. So we send out the oak signal, and what comes back is people who want to be a part of the sport. Why are we partnering with iHeart? Because we want to advance women's sports.
As the #1 audio company, iHeart Media can get more people to hear your message and
#1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
No more waiting until the morning. Nightcast with Funk and Ocho is our new evening sports talk destination with NFL legends Chad Johnson, Ocho Cinco, and me, Shannon Sharp. Come hang out with Funk and Ocho as we give our unfiltered take and instant reaction to the biggest game, biggest moment, right after big moment.
Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
Today's top headlines coming up at the top of the hour. The news changes. Talk Radio 98.3 and 1510 WLAC.
to National claiming they found the exact car I wanted, but when it came time to pay, they said the dealership only accepts cryptocurrency. The email came from sometime that new address, which makes it as business. Over, I'm going to listen to this. You don't think it's legit that the dealership only accepts crypto? Come on, really? I mean, this is just, it's wild that people are just, and they're not saying good, but like, some person back there, like, literally waiting for them to replace access to help. We know your social is 2272. We just need the rest to confirm before we go any further. Yep, that's exactly what I was trying to do. That is unbelievable. You know, I'm telling you, so I don't know if you follow me on Instagram,
threat detection. And what it does is, in real time, it'll scan the things that you're clicking, and it will look out for you. So if you're clicking on malware, it'll look out. It'll say, sorry, malware. It also happens to block ads if you're doing that. So a lot of these your settings is called safe browsing. Okay, under privacy and security, you've got let's see, here it is, security, safe browsing, and they've got 3 levels. No protection, which is not recommended. That means basically you can click on anything in Chrome and it's not going to check it, it's not going to say it to you. You want to go to turned on. Enhanced protection's good. I also like, again, the NordVPN. I know it's paid, but they've got this great threat protection built in. And it basically just, scans the website that you're going to and will make sure it's like, hey, we have your tax information or your social security statement. You click it, it immediately downloaded a virus to your computer. That if you double click that to run it, it is like game over. They would get full access to everything. All right, I do want to tell you before we go to break that Microsoft is now giving Microsoft 365 Personal to all college students for free for a year. So we're talking all Microsoft 365 Personal is now free if you're a college student. You got to claim it October 31st. I'll put the link on the website. It's really long. RichOnTech.tv. Go to show notes, episode 138. We're college students.
5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure talk. Everything you need, nothing you don't. If you're stuck in a timeshare you no longer want, call the experts at Lone Star Transfer. They will help you with a guaranteed solution.
To the official NFL Podcast Network on the free iHeartRadio app. Shows like NFL Daily with Greg Rosenthal.
And all of the exact same time. It's almost impossible to do that, and I don't have it ready.
Plus dozens of other official NFL podcasts to put you in your happy place. Open your free iHeart app, search NFL, and listen now.
Are you already retired and planning to retire soon? If so, you need a retirement plan. It's never too early. You'll get a full comprehensive retirement plan at no cost. Call now. 615-376-5325.
Number one on your car radio pre-check.
Sunday in Chicago against President Trump's unprecedented rival, National Guard folks for the London city to fight crime and planned immigration enforcement actions this week. Fox's Mike Milbury.
A lot of familiar faces in this protest because it was a group of 11 different protest groups that are gathered around the city from time to time, and they came together under the umbrella of the Coalition Against the Trump Agenda. So they protested everything across the board, but really focused in on the president's agenda when they were speaking. Now, the flames were fanned by this post that was put up by the president on Truth Social, calling Chicago's Typocalypse, channeling Robert Duvall from the movie Apocalypse Now, and said Chicago about to find out why it's called the Department of War.
President Trump says Sunday he'll make a decision on the National Guard troops and whether to send them to Chicago in the next 2 days. And while the president may soon impose the second stage of toughening sanctions against Russia, after Russia launched its largest attack on Ukraine since the war began, this order killed in chief after Russia launched more than 800 drones overnight. Israel's continuing its takeover of Gaza City.
IDF forces knocking down 3 drones fired by Houthi rebels in Yemen, but one managed to get through, hitting an Israeli airport near the southern city of Alat, shutting down operations, causing some damage, injuring 2 people. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Netanyahu vowed the invasion of Gaza City.
And it shows just 22,000 new jobs added in August. That's down from the previous month, 73,000, which was already seen as a disappointment. Expectations look for today's number to come in at
last December, the Department of Transportation said for longer delays. On Thursday, the DOT said it was dropping the plan consistent with department and administration priorities. The department said it was also considering withdrawing a Biden-era rule that requires airlines to disclose service fees to its customers alongside airfares.
Boeing is hiring permanent replacement workers at St. Louis area facilities where thousands of union workers are on strike. Over 3,000 members of the International Association of Machinists and Aerospace Workers Union went on strike just over a month ago, following sales and the president says hosting more than 20 high-profile tech CEO trade shows beginning at the White House. Thank you,
The guest list included Meta founder Mark Zuckerberg, Apple CEO Tim Cook, Microsoft founder Bill Gates, and OpenAI founder Sam Altman. It took turns praising the president as they push for limiting regulation on artificial intelligence. Zuckerberg said that all of the tech leaders are making huge investments in AI. Next one, the world's richest man and former Trump advisor Elon Musk, who had a public plan with Trump this week, and he had been invited to press conference.
Wanted man in the world.
He clones his voice using AI. In 2001.
It's that from 40 years ago behind a fence that is obstructing him. And now, and it's a picture of the scene, too. And now, unbelievable. Organizing MP3. Google Home devices, a Nest device that uses Google Assistant in the past, going on would be way better. Way better. I cannot wait for this. To be able to just say, hey Google, hopefully controlling the smart home devices should be easier as well. So for some very specific things, you can say things like, turn off the authorized smoking, keep the food. But that's the kind of things that you'll be able to do. The other thing that you're not going to like, though, is that apparently, according to Comstar, Google is hinting at paid versus free tiers. I don't know what that means, but they're saying paid tiers versus
What would be the best way to transfer a test based on
What those programs are test?
Yes, sir.
You're trying to get, have you downloaded these programs or you just have them running on your computer?
So I don't know if I can still download it. I still have
Top, C-O-P, Kidney Top. Order today at Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or
most of them are just kind of never hurt.
dropping down to the low 50s for early Monday morning. Otherwise, a beautiful 80 degrees with plenty of sunshine for the afternoon.
so proud of retirement planning that competition investing in
and talking dogs. Really? No, really? We spoke to the pet parent of a dog who's become a social media star to find out if pressing buttons on a soundboard with a paw or a nose is still communicating
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
A myriad of topics means a myriad of opinions.
Every American needs to see.
Frequent flyer miles, right? Number one is that you can never find flights you actually want to use your miles on. And number two, even when you do, you can't figure out if you're getting a good deal. Should you use your miles here or should you save them for later and pay cash? That's what PointsMap is trying to do. It adds all the points prices into any search in Google Play and then tells you which is the better deal, cash or points. Like you said, it's doing what a lot of people manually or just sort of trying to eyeball it have been trying to do, gives you that answer right away.
Because there is like a value proposition with points. Like sometimes the points are worth more than the flight, sometimes they're not, and so you have to kind of know so you're not getting ripped off.
That's exactly right. Because I think what a lot of people do realize is that points from different programs are worth different amounts. So in fact, the style is really not worth as much as you know. all you have to do is act like you normally would, do a search like you normally would, round trip, one-way, international, domestic, doesn't matter. And once you get those results, PointsNet will just automatically start retrieving, and it's all live data, and adding those point prices for you. And by the way, I always forget to mention this part. It is free. You give it a shot.
We do like free. Now, you just mentioned Google Flights because that's where I'm on there like 24/7. I'm always on Google Flights. Is there a case? Because everyone always says, what's good about Google Flights?
Airfares change from hour to hour and even minute to minute. Now, that being said, there is generally a best day to travel, to actually fly, and that's Tuesdays and Wednesdays. And the reason for that is simply there's less demand on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. The worst days are Fridays and Sundays. That's when all the business travelers are either going home or trying to get to their next location. So there is a best day to get a deal when you're flying, but not as far as booking.
Yeah, and the only thing I know about booking is that as soon as I track a flight on Google, it's guaranteed to go up. Every single time. It's like, just book it when you see it the first time because it's always going to go up for some reason. So, Julian, the other thing I really like about PointsPass is the emails that you send out. You guys put them on the website. People are writing those newsletters as well.
You know, it was just me to start. And now because a lot of people, and thank you, by the way, a lot of people have said what you're saying, which is we love that, look, you and I probably, Rich, are, like you said, you have Google Flights open 24/7, so do I, even before I had a tool that worked on top of it because we travel a lot. Most people don't, right? Most people maybe fly once or twice a year, so they're not necessarily looking at those tools all the time, but they still want to talk about travel. They still want to know the tips and tricks. How can they travel better? That's what the newsletter is trying to do. It's a daily email that you'll get, and we cover all sorts of things, not just points. We even talk about, we've got 8 or 10 writers and managing editor. So it's really grown, and it is a very popular part of the business.
And for sure, I've purchased, I'm thinking about what I bought, because you always recommend like little gadgets and things, and I love it. I bought these sleep masks you guys recommended a while back, so I have those. Those are great for naps. I haven't worn them on a plane yet, so maybe I'll get but they're at home. And then I also bought the toiletry, you squeeze like the larger bottle into like a small bottle. What do you think? Yeah. Maybe at home. Shampoo. It's like, how bad could it be?
I feel the same way, but I will say, Rich, I think your hair is better than mine. You have a lot better hair. I'm sort of, at that age where as long as I have some hair, I'm happy.
So, Julian, what's your background? Why'd you start this? What's your world of travel like?
Yeah, it's interesting. 15 years ago, I was actually a Hollywood director and writer, and one of the last gigs I did as part of that career was being a director for World Wrestling Entertainment, WWE, and I was on the road basically every single week, going from arena to arena and directing the background scenes for the Monday Night Raw and Friday Night SmackDown. Needless to say, when you're doing that, you very quickly learn your points of mile. The whole company knows pretty much, what the elite status is, the hotel points, and all of the above. So once I was done with that and was looking for something different to do, I had all this knowledge and experience writing, but I didn't really have an outlet for it. So I started blogging, first with a small blog. From there, I eventually got hired by the Points Guy, which is a big travel site and you and your audience are probably aware of. From there, I actually went to CNN and launched their travel rewards coverage for their e-commerce site, CNN Underscore. And through all that time, and these are all great sites, but it does mean somebody has to spend hours digging through that information to try and figure out how to use their points and miles. And that's where the idea for Points Pass came along. I said, well, how can I, do this in a way that we can use technology so that people don't have to spend their time figuring out the answer?
It's funny you mentioned, and I don't have that on my bingo card, by the way, the wrestling stuff. But I had this job one time where I was a reporter and I was traveling a lot. Like I'm talking like a couple times a week, like 5 days a week, basically, like for different things for traveling around the U.S. And I remember like the first trip or second trip, they're like, oh, we're going to go to I don't know, whatever it was, Austin. I was like, oh, cool, there's a direct flight on this airline. Like, oh no. We are taking a connecting flight through this city to get there. I said, wait, why are those longer? I said, points and miles. I said, what? And then, of course, once you start doing that, you get into that because you realize that when you travel so much, and there's a reason why they have the clubs in the airports, there's a reason why there's these priority lines and things like that. It's because when you travel a lot, you don't want to waste all that time and energy. And, by the way, you want to be rewarded on the back end. Like people that travel a lot, their families travel for free when they go on their leisure trips because these people have sacrificed, spending all their time in a plane and in an airport.
That's right. And even to add on to that, when you do you can book them for a family trip and you can get everyone in business class, then it really doesn't matter if you're connecting because it's like flying in your living room. You're just sitting there, being served champagne and meals and whatever. It really is a very different travel experience. And I think this is where, look, not everybody needs to do that. It's a great reward for people who are on the road all the time for business. But a lot of our folks just want to know, well, how can I use my points and miles to get home for Thanksgiving? Because the ticket price. There really are two pieces of the puzzle here, two parts of the equation. We're trying to help both sides.
Yeah. Okay, we've got about a minute left. If you have any other tools you want to recommend or any other travel tips, or you can talk about how AI is kind of changing everything once again with this.
Yeah, there are a ton. This is the golden age of tools when it comes to using technology for booking travel. Hopper is a great place where they actually try and predict in advance whether a price is going up or down. In fact, they've been around for a long time. They really have billions of before the airline uses traffic patterns, weather reports, where your aircraft is, and can actually predict better than the airline does. So it's a great one to have. And when it comes to tips, there's a really simple one. The one positive thing that came out of the pandemic is that most airlines now have airfares that you can cancel and rebook without a penalty. Don't book the basic economy fare. That's the one to stay away from. But pretty much anything else, even in economy, can be canceled and rebooked. So find the flight you want, book it. If that means you must keep checking those prices because of the drop, you can cancel and rebook it on our flight.
That is one of the best tools. Probably the only good thing to come out of the pandemic. Julie and Joe, we're going to leave it there. Thanks so much for joining me. PointsPass.com. PointsPass.com is coming to the news site. Download the extension for your browser. And come on, Points. Thanks for joining me, Julie.
Transfer. They will help you with a guaranteed solution to exit your timeshare. For the past 15 years, Lone Star Transfer, a family-owned company, has helped over 30,000 owners break free. With an A-plus rating at the BBB and thousands of 5-star reviews, Lone Star Transfer is the only company you can trust to deliver real results. For a free consultation, call 844-284-4739 or visit LoneStarTransfer.com.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Some things can steal your sunshine. I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit pfizerforall.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Limited tickets still available at ASS.com.
Get yours while you still can.
For better results for every budget, visit iHeartAdvertising.com.
Turn off the financial news and turn on a great retirement. Find out how with Steve Stanley of Stanley Financial Group on the Retirement Paycheck Show. Saturday mornings at 11, right here on 98.3 WLAC.
Stand Up to Cancer has been a critical partner in advancing research for cancer.
It's just so inspiring to do research that impacts human lives.
So please help us fight in this battle against cancer.
Be a part of the team that ends cancer at standuptocancer.org.
Sundays are for touchdowns.
Let's go, let's go!
And Fox Sports Radio has you covered with End Zone Radio. Every stadium, every score, all in one. Woo! Steve Hartman and VJ Husky kick off coverage at 1 p.m. Eastern. Then Dan Byer and former NFL All-Pro safety Terry Rhodes take over at 5 Eastern. Lock in for your team, your bets, and your fantasy players. Open the free iHeart app and search Fox Sports Radio to start listening.
There's a lot of stuff happening this year in order. Russia and Putin. Often for all the stuff you need to know.
consumers to upgrade. That's why you're seeing AI advertised so much on TV, even if a company's not really delivering on that. Ooh, did I just say that? Tesco is trialing an avocado ripeness scanner. This is the big grocery store over in the UK. They have a scanner that basically lets you test to see if the avocado you want is ripe. Obviously, they're probably just due to sell more avocados, but it's probably... like what I do is I squeeze like every avocado till I find one, and I squeeze the finalists like 5 more times. I'm sure they don't want everyone squeezing every avocado. So that's kind of a cool thing. Some people are saying it's a gimmick. All right, let's open up the feed bag. These are the emails, the comments, the questions you send to me on a weekly basis. Submit yours at richontech.tv. Hit contact. Pete writes in, Apple Photos does list videos by size. Go to settings, general, iPhone storage, photos. Mine does anyway. By the way, I loved hearing about the Wizard of Oz at the Sphere. I saw Dead & Company last year. My floor ticket was $395. I thought that would be my only Sphere show, but now I'm thinking it'd be nice to see Oz, too. I tune in every week, always downloading the podcast. Keep up the good work. You are a lot of fun. Thanks, Pete. Save that one, forward it to my wife. Mark from Burbank writes in, like so many others, I love listening to your show and look forward to it each weekend on Ko-Fi and my favorite and the podcast. There's a regular caller with such a distinct voice. Unfortunately, it has not gone well. Even though Verizon's Warp network has 5G, I've only seen 2 to 3 megabits down. I couldn't add my Wi-Fi E911 address after 4 hours of tech support. Nothing improved. They even had me reset my phone, which erased all my saved passwords. Tech support was polite, but troubleshooting felt like trial and error. I'm not feeling the same enthusiasm you have for U.S. Mobile. I'm glad it's worked. I'll keep listening. I'm still a loyal fan. Thank you. John writes in, finally listening from Wisconsin. We know that technology is useful. You make it interesting. After 2 2/3 years, when does the fun begin? Other than the best ice cream in the country. P.S. You should hire your mother to select the music. Hey, John, I think you have fun here, and that's all it matters. Let's see. There's one more here.
calcium oxalate crystal stones. Always afraid of when the next one would hit. Now, I just take Kidney Cop.
Battling calcium oxalate stones? It's time to try Kidney Cop, a doctor-recommended kidney supplement that has been shown in laboratory tests to reduce the growth rate of calcium oxalate crystals by 99%. Get Kidney Cop today at Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com.
You're still glowing, flirty, groovy. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
But the infections just keep coming back. You may suffer with chronic sinus infections. The good news, relief is possible. How? A minimally invasive procedure done in the office of Murfreesboro Sinus Center called balloon sinuplasty. Imagine the relief of not having to deal with your chronic sinus infections. Do you suffer with chronic sinus infections, pressure, pain, congestion? Set an appointment today with Murfreesboro Sinus Center and find out if balloon sinuplasty is the solution for you.
Number one in car radio preset and the new and improved iHeartRadio at 98.3 WSIS-HD2 and 1510 WLAC. Nashville, free, never sounded so good.
A weekend of protests in the Windy City. I'm Ted Linder, Fox News. More demonstrations held this weekend against expected immigration enforcement activity. President Trump defending his crackdown on Chicago crime.
Required under Florida law to attend school remain in place. That includes vaccines for measles, polio, diphtheria, pertussis, mumps, and tetanus. They also said the plan to drop vaccine mandates won't likely take effect for about 90 days. Jill Nato, Fox News.
America's listening to Fox News.
WLAC weather from the Walker Chevrolet Weather Center.
I'm Fox 17 Chief Meteorologist Katie Morgan. Cool and crisp overnight with temperatures dropping down to the low 50s for early Monday morning. On our way to a beautiful 80 degrees with plenty of sunshine for the afternoon.
Our 2025 iHeartRadio Music Festival.
September 19th and 20th at T-Mobile Arena, Las Vegas. Streaming live only on Hulu.
Limited tickets still available at AXS.com.
Get yours while you still can.
The NFL at the iHeartRadio Music Festival. What could hit different? Can your kid keep up with the beat? Lenovo PCs are destined for you. Streamers can't set up the just in time.
Coverage.
Everything you love about football.
Just open the iHeartRadio app.
And search NFL